good. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Here, can you say something again?
Testing, testing. One, two, three.
Oh, good. Okay, so all of our setup for World Blender Meetup Day still works.
Well, that's good.
It's piping to Los Angeles Blender YouTube.
Hey, hey, come on in. Just me so far. There's a couple more people on the way. All right. So, how you doing, Sterling? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Hey, can you throw the light switch? Maybe. Yeah, yeah. I was just thinking, like, it's. There we go. All right. Maybe you can get more.
Sterling. It's David. Just checking how you guys are doing over there. How's setup going? Because we're at 107.
Hey, bud. Yeah, we're looking much better. I'm just sorting through some audio visual stuff,
Okay.
but I think we're just about there. So
You want to
kick
do
off.
like 10 after? It'll give me a couple minutes here and I'll.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. We have some friends online too. And for some reason, the chat's not working. So sorry about that. But we'll do it 10 after here. So just in a few minutes.
Hey, David. We're getting people on the meetup site that seem like they're having some errors getting connected. Um,
Hello, can you guys hear me?
yeah, we could hear you.
Okay, so the issue is?
The issue is,
Yeah, so sorry, I just had an echo in here. Yeah, so the issue is that people need to download the actual Zoom client and they need to enter that way. They cannot enter with through the browser. So if they hit the link, it's always going to say error. They need to copy the link, open up the Zoom client, and then enter the link there.
Hey guys, this is Matt. I was doing the same thing a minute ago, and I think I had Zoom on my computer here, and what I ended up doing was going through that, like David just or Daniel just mentioned, and then the last the numbers of the link that you provided is what you have to copy into that field and then put in the LA blend.
super good without maps. David, did I goof the URL in some way, or is this just? Yeah, we've got 10 people in here. All right, so I tell you what, let's go ahead and get kicked off. Let me.
Sure. I'm gonna stop my share and I'll hand it over to you. And feel free to kick it off whenever's good for you.
All right, so welcome everybody to Los Angeles Blender Users Group, also known as LA Blend. We're pretty excited to be here today, a day after the launch of Blender 3. And if you've never been to one of our meetings before, Generally speaking, where LA being a kind of a ground zero for visual effects, game studios, all sorts of animation houses. We get a pretty eclectic crew in here, and so what we like to do is get to know everybody, and then we usually have a couple of pre-prepared sessions, but we love for most of the content to be delivered by you. So we want to hear about the projects you're working on. We'd love to see feature overviews by you if you've been playing around with a certain Blender 3 feature in particular. But we start off these things with just kind of around the table and introducing each other, or introducing yourself. And let me go ahead and start my video. And just in 60 seconds or less, because time adds up, like first and last name, what you do, and what your interest in Blender is. And
you want to do live the folks there first? In person?
Yeah, we might as well, yeah. So my name's Sterling Getz. I'm one of the co-leads of the LA Blender group, along with Sean Kennedy, Joseph Conover, and my buddy David on the phone. And yeah, we've been running this for several years, and my interest in Blender is really as a hobbyist. It's my creative outlet, and I absolutely love it. I've been doing it for since about 2011. So I'm going to introduce Joe Conover, who's sitting to my right.
Oh, yeah, I'm right here.
Get in here, Joe.
I don't know if you can see me.
Camera's in the middle.
Hi, I'm Joseph Conover. What I do is I'm a 3D artist. I use Blender for, it's kind of like the catch-all for like, it's like the big utility belt. So I use it for visual effects or for motion graphics or for whatever, basically.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. All right. So Matt, I see you're on the phone. Let's maybe we can move to you.
Sure. Matt Myers. I'm coming to you from San Diego. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I use Blender for machine learning and consumer product development.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Daniel Bacara, can you introduce yourself and what your interest is in Blender?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm Daniel Becerra. So I am actually brand new. I only learned about Blender just about a month ago. And I'm actually a filmmaker, and I was really blown away by all of the things that people are doing with Blender and how it relates to film. And I guess it was like Unreal Engine is what people were really using, but now it's Blender because Blender is so big, with music videos and stuff. So I'm just interested in meeting people, learning how it works, possibly collaborating with someone because it's used for everything: short films, music videos, feature-length films, TV shows. So I'm just here to learn and try to get as much, knowledge about Blender as possible.
Awesome. All right. Well, welcome, Daniel.
Thank
Good
you.
to have you here. And we'd love to hear about your projects a little bit later on.
Thank you.
So Michael, I can see there's two of you there. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves? Hi.
Yeah, Michael Moore, software engineer by day. I found Blender years ago when I was a graphic designer, and I've used it for product visualization, animations, that sort of thing. I use it anytime I get a chance to. I think it's the best piece of software. It's free, so super cool. Love Blender. We use it now mostly just to. I don't get to use it professionally that much anymore, but we use it to help remodel our house. So we're in it like every month, off and on.
Right.
And this is my wife, Krista.
Hi, nice to meet everybody. I'm not a Blender user, but I guess I benefit from it and Mike's interest. And
She totally she helps me decide what we're doing and stuff. So yeah. She helps and yeah.
But I've seen it over the years, and it's really neat to see it, how it's taken off and all the use cases, and us personally getting to benefit from photorealistic renderings of what future rooms could look like.
So yeah, we're like cool. Our own HGTV show over here, just for ourselves. So it's pretty cool.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that. I'm actually doing exactly the same thing. I've recreated my house. I'm using the VR features. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. So M March,
Mike, how are you doing?
Short for something? Why don't you let us know who you are?
Oh yeah, Mike March. I'm actually coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, and but I've been to a lot of these of your
All right.
anyways, my main interest in Blender right now personally is I'm using the video sequence editor. I've been using all the betas for 3. They fixed a ton of stuff where it's of use, so I am doing a few projects where I'm exclusively using that to do all the editing and all the processing of what I'm doing. So that is my interest in it right now.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Well, you know, VSE's gotten a lot of love lately, so we'll be covering a little bit of that. Thanks. Stephen Burns, thanks for joining. We're doing just a quick round the horn intro. So
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having me. Just a quick little shout out that that link is kind of screwy, but we figured out how to get it in a roundabout way. But yeah, this is great. It's fantastic. I run the Lightwave Users Group. We have weekly meetings, and a lot of our members have been getting involved with Blender. I've been teaching Blender classes over at the college, over at Golden West College. I do a lot of 3D printing, quite a bit of it actually. I do a lot of custom designs. A lot of my clients are people who like to custom build their science fiction spaceship models and stuff like that, and they ask me to actually redesign parts for their ships or actually the entire ship and print it out. And that's been actually keeping me busy quite a bit. But I'm really quite enamored with Blender. I think I've been playing around with this since almost version 1.0 or something like that.
Wow.
Way back when it had that strange little interface going. But just downloaded 3.0 early morning yesterday. Much faster, loving it. Really excited to learn more about its capabilities.
All right, good, awesome. We love to see crossover between like user groups here, so it's so great to have you. Thanks for that.
Thanks.
So John N, if you could just do a quick intro, that'd be great.
Sure, my name is John Harris. I'm actually brand new to Blender, coming from the Cinema 4D side. So my company, we do a lot of virtual production. So from set building to putting integrations with like symmetry, all these markers up in the air and all that. So ever since Blender 2.8 came out, I became very interested because 1, it's for free, and 2, it became like one of those tools that everyone is talking about, especially with integrating with Unreal and Unity.
Pretty cool.
Awesome. Thank you for that, John. So let's see. I see Nicole Porras. If you can introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Hey, sure. I'm Nicole Porras. I'm from Costa Rica, and I'm pretty new at Blender, actually. I've been just a few months working on it, and the idea is to get into the computer graphics world. I'm a project manager, so it has nothing to do with this. It's more software than computer graphics, but I just decided to switch my career a little bit by now. So I'm just starting. I have a few designs on a Sketchfab, but yeah, I'm really junior, so I'm just trying to learn a lot about it and get all the information possible.
Awesome. Well, welcome, Blender new users are always welcome in our group. John Kirk, if you can introduce yourself.
Hi. I don't know what to say. I've been using Blender for a long time, but a lot of other 3D modeling facilities. I do computer generated, like software generated structures. And it's nice to use Blender for rendering those.
Excellent. Okay, thanks for that. John Good, you can introduce yourself. Or sorry, David Good, my bad.
Oh,
David Good.
all right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Yeah, longtime Photoshop user. I've been kind of following Blender since 2.8, but I haven't really gotten into it. But I am interested.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, welcome to the group. John N with the VR headset on. If you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, I believe I did already.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. I didn't know you.
It's all good. It's being good. There you go.
Awesome. And we have an old friend
Yeah.
of ours, JT, on the line. JT, it's great to see you, buddy. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, it's been a while. I'm normally in a different meeting on Saturdays, but I blew that off for 3.0, man. Hey, JT, right now I'm doing TV commercials, holiday TV commercials here on local TV with Blender, amongst the many other things that some of you already know about. So it's all good to see everybody, man.
All right. Thanks for that. Joe Reed. Joe Reed, if you're on the line. All right. Maybe Joe stepped away from his computer. Andre, if you can maybe introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great.
All right, awesome. So yeah, my name is Andre. I have just moved to LA. From Chicago. Thank you. I've been working with a studio in LA for around a year. I'm a 3D artist, more of a generalist, doing almost everything but like animation stuff. I use Blender as my primary 2D tool. As a studio, we work mostly on film and cinematics, but other projects as well. So I mainly use Blender as a 3D application for modeling and some other stuff like maybe some simulations.
Oh, very cool. Well, welcome to La La Land. And we got a lot of CG and visual effects artists in the group, so definitely be good for you to meet some of them. So thanks, Andre.
Awesome, thank you, Sam.
And then Michael K, it looks like just joined. Michael, we're just doing the 60-second intro. If you could tell us what you do and what your interest in Blender is.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Michael. I'm a CG generalist. Primarily background is as an animator, and we've been seeing a lot of emerging use case for Kronos Group's GLTF file format. And yeah, it's been growing. And if I can get away from Autodesk, I would love to. And it seems like GLTF is going to be something that is going to keep being a bigger thing for WebGL applications.
So Autodesk has become the devil.
Hey man, they've always been the devil.
I'm waiting for Autodesk to join the Blender Development Fund. It seems like every other software package has. So.
That's right. We got Microsoft and Adobe.
Don't hold your breath.
I've been a long time Maya user. I love it, but trust me, I moved away just because it's like the price tag is so high.
Well, yeah, a lot of Maya artists are actually moving to Blender, surprisingly so. And Blender acts like Maya.
Awesome. All right, guys. So great. Thank you so much for the intros. I hope I didn't miss anybody. I'm sure we'll get other people pour in as they figure out my bad web link. So sorry about that. You guys are clearly the smartest people in the room if you managed to get past it. So we're gonna go.
We're just desperate.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get kicked off. So also in the room real quick, Sean Kennedy just stepped in. Sean, 60 seconds or less. What you do, what your interest in Blender is.
Hello, I'm Sean Kennedy. I'm a visual effects artist here in LA, and I mainly a compositor, but a bit of a CG generalist as well. So I use Blender to kind of complement all my compositing work. And I've worked on movies, TV, everything. So
awesome. All right. Well, thanks everybody. In the interest of time, we'll keep going. So basically, oh yeah, let's take a little straw poll, like just before we get kicked off. Oh, you know what? No, disregard that straw poll. I'm gonna keep on going. So in our larger meetings, we usually get one or two people that really don't know what Blender is. Surprisingly, but we get beginners of all types. So I usually like to start this by explaining it's an open source software package for digital content creation. It's free for use for any purpose. It does modeling, sculpting, it does all of these things that you see here. Basically, it's an all-in-one kind of package. And it gets new features all the time. It has, not only is the package free, but it has an amazing community of people supporting it. So the pictures you see here are from pre-pandemic times when we used to get together for lunch after our meetings in Marina Del Rey. And then we, on the right is some of the core developers and animators at Blender showing up to SIGGRAPH. They actually come and talk at Birds of a Feather talks and so forth. And it's about this time that I usually like to show Blender, just so we don't get too far down the meeting without actually showing the package. So this is a scene from the latest open movie called Sprite Fright. But this is Blender, basically. And just some resources that you should know right up front. This is where you go download Blender. Blender Communities is kind of a collection of forums and communities in different languages around the world. Blender Nation is kind of where you go get your news. Blender Artists is kind of the forum where you go show off your work and ask for tips and tricks. Blender BuildBot is where you go get the experimental Blender. Blender 3.1 is already in beta, in alpha. And then CG Cookie is kind of a paid for tutorial site. There's also some free stuff out there, really great. And Blender Guru is the same, or actually most of that's free. So welcome everybody to the Saturday, May 22nd, 2021 Blender Users Group meeting. We've got, gosh, I don't know what's happening with these slides. I think I may have opened an older version. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. Yep, I've got an older version of the deck. Hang on. Bear with me. Yeah, from May. I don't know why I didn't notice.
Well, we haven't done any of these in-person things in a long time. We're all just a little rusty on it, so
that is very true. All right, let's see, 12/4. That's the right
person like. There you go.
All right. All right. So here we go. That looks better. So we usually start these off with what's new in Blender. Kind of, it's been 6 months since, or over 6 months since our last meeting. So we usually like to have these meetings during Blender releases. So I'll do a quick update on kind of what's been going on in Blender in that time, and then we've got a short presentation from Joe Conover on kind of some of the work he's doing with Blender and visual effects. Then David Andrade is doing a Blender 3 feature overview. And then we spin it around and turn to you to hear what's going on with Blender in your companies and your individual passion projects. So we want to hear as much as possible kind of what you're using it for. So without further ado, if you have been living under a rock the last 48 hours, Blender 3 is released. It's looking amazing. It's a huge release. They actually put off, they generally, the Blender Institute generally turns out like a new version every 3 months or so. They kind of delayed the release of this. Our last meeting was in May. They delayed the release since May just to make sure it was rock solid. They were able to squeeze a bunch more features into it. So some of the big features, and it's a big release, so I'm not mentioning everything here. I'm just called out a few, is Cycles X, which includes much faster rendering, like 5 to 8 times faster rendering. It's kind of exceptional. Like if you look at, yeah, I mean, if you look at this chart, so the red is Cycles X and the blue is previous cycles. So if you open Blender, it won't be called Cycles X, it's just Cycles. That was the name of the development project to make it faster. So they just rewrote it from the ground up, basically. And so it's really fast. Is this the old one? No, that's the new one. Okay. So one of the, and there's a lot more that's been added in there. One of the other big things here is the asset browser. Oh, that's weird. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the release notes. Let's take a look at the asset browser real quick. So the asset browser is something that's been a long time coming in Blender forever. And in fact, why don't I just demo it for you guys instead? Let's see. So what the asset browser lets you do is it lets you store meshes, materials, hose libraries, loads of stuff. So you can just literally like drag and drop them into the scene. Oh. I'll just put that up and then grab it. I'll grab it. and move it and slap it down. You can. Yeah. Yeah. So like, if you wanted to change the floor, you could do that. If you wanted to, go ahead and throw some art supplies on the desk, you can do that.
It's kind of like a Adobe Bridge for 3D.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, it's fantastic. So I fully expect that we're going to get loads and loads of asset libraries built in this format. And, Ton has said as much. He fully expects to have, asset libraries over a gig that you can download separately from Blender to get just massive numbers of open source materials and models and all of that kind of stuff. So here, let's go ahead and change the color of the wall here.
Is it all right if I can ask a question or?
Yeah, go ahead. Everybody unmute. Let's keep it interactive.
Hey, so I've been playing with Asset Browser, and for some reason, I don't know if it's just me, but it can't do parented stuff yet, right? I've been looking all over the web or asking questions to everyone too. It's like, hey, can it do parented objects?
Anybody played with Asset Browser? Played around with parenting?
Not yet.
Let's see.
Yeah, so if you open up like a Blender scene and then you take an object like a cube on top of a cube, so you have two cubes together and parent them together and put them as an asset, like right click, make an asset, and then put them in a new scene and try to drag them. You can't drag them together.
You just parented those ones.
Yeah, so I just took these two objects, hit Control P, and they're parented. So
yeah, so you parent them, and then so you go to the item, right, and then you right click and say this is now an asset.
Oh, when you make it an asset.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when you create an asset, remember those two.
You probably have to join them, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to join them. Well, I mean, as a workaround, you actually have to make them as a geometry, right? Because when you parent them, I kind of want to keep it parent together with their joints and all that stuff. So, for example, if you want to bring in a robot, you don't want to bring in a robot with pieces. You want to bring in the robot as a whole together on another scene.
Yeah. Or at least have it work with like collections. Have all your robot parts in a collection.
Yeah.
I wonder if there is a workaround now. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, so Sean's suggesting maybe the workaround is to use collections.
Well, I don't know if it works.
Yeah, collections doesn't work yet. I tried collections, so it doesn't work yet. But yeah, I mean, I get it. It's brand new, so I was just wondering if there's if I'm missing anything since this is a brand new tool.
Because that seems like a necessary feature. So
Yeah.
Are they brought in like when you drop those assets in? Are they like linked assets, or are they like can you go into edit mode kind of thing? I haven't touched the asset browser at all yet. So
Hold on, before I go, let's see. So
if you tab, does it go into edit mode kind of thing?
yeah, let me just grab some I haven't joined together. Tab. Oh yeah, you're in edit mode. There you go.
So if you update the asset, then it doesn't update in your file then, right?
Well, there's actually three ways to bring an asset to this. So if you look at the asset, you could have one as a asset, you can bring the asset as a whole, you can make them as a link, or you can share data together.
Gotcha. Cool.
It's like the Unreal Engine asset browser.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and so what I'm just going to show one other asset demo, which is
when we store this stuff as assets in Asset Browser, where are those objects being stored exactly? Are they, if I save a chair in a folder, like say a folder of 3D objects, then I put it into the Asset Browser, is that data saved in the data file somewhere? Okay. It's per project. Got it. Okay, gotcha.
So this is another demo file that Blender Institute turned out. So this just demonstrates pose libraries. So obviously pose libraries seems like a really obvious thing for an animation package. Pretty excited that it's in here. But,
I love that.
Yeah.
Is it automatically capturing the thumbnails? I think if I remember correctly, a pose library, you had to custom create the thumbnails. Is that correct? Okay. Okay.
But pretty cool. Hey, so that's another feature of obviously having this asset browser. So really nice. Let's see. Let's get back to here. Okay. So, core performance, there's been just a huge number of changes under the hood. So, in terms of just opening and saving blend files, they've improved the compression algorithm that they're using in the code. They've improved Booleans. So Booleans are now much more high performance, especially very high accurate Booleans. If you're working with high resolution meshes and doing editing in those, really large meshes, there's been a lot of work to try and make that go faster. Rigid bodies as well goes a lot faster. And of course, the open image denoiser has been upgraded within Blender to version 1.4, I think it is. And that runs a lot faster, but it also lets you render a lot faster because you can use less samples and obviously attain the same result.
Yeah, and my experience is that denoiser is better than the NVIDIA Optics one, and you don't need an NVIDIA card to run it. So it's every way better than the Optics one for sure.
Man, just linked all of these badly. This is what happens when you put together a presentation at like 10 o'clock at night. All right, so let's see, what are we gonna look at? So geometry nodes, right? This is the big star of the show, which would I guess be under modeling. Is there nodes?
There's nodes in physics. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Okay, so geometry nodes. So like if you haven't experienced geometry nodes yet, it's pretty exceptional. It's a node-based. It's the first step on making everything nodes in Blender, which is to notify all of the major feature areas in Blender. In this case, they're notifying modeling. So you can create geometry using nodes. It's really handy for creating, I guess, parametric modeling or procedural modeling.
Motion graphics too.
Motion graphics it's a cornerstone of motion graphics. If they just improve the text and nodes, it'd be great. But yeah, if you haven't seen the kind of things that are happening with geometry nodes, there's some pretty amazing stuff. We're going to give a demo a little bit later. Whoops. So I'm going to skip over it for now. The video sequence editor got a really great upgrade. It's been getting some love lately. So let's see. Let me just do a. Just do, you know what? I'm gonna go File, New, Video Editing. Just gives me a video editing layout. And then this will hopefully stop the shader compilation that's struggling on my laptop here. Let's see. There we go. All right. So I'm just gonna open a video file here. Let's bring open movie, which I grabbed right before. Oh, damn it. Here, let's do it the old fashioned way. Let's see. All right, there it is. So I'm going to drag and drop it into the timeline. And, of course, we have a, strip waveforms is what we had before. The thing that I'm really excited about is up here. So you can actually click this. And if you give it a moment, hopefully it doesn't make me a liar. We should do some
like zoom in and out, maybe it's glitched.
I'm gonna let's see. Yeah, give it a moment. Oh, that's right. You gotta also pull this down. So turn waveforms on. Get the waveform display. Oh. Come on.
You may have to turn on for the video, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Let me give that another try. Okay, so I'm selecting the video clip, doing a thumbnails. Do nothing but. All right, yeah. So this worked for me this morning. So I don't know if my machine is like just completely bogged down or what. We'll come back to this in just a sec. It never works when you demonstrate. Yeah, yeah. You have to sacrifice a copy of 3ds Max to make it work. So yeah, there's a whole bunch more that's been added to the VSE, but thumbnails for me is like so glad to see it finally. Virtual reality support. So there's been added controller support. So I'm sure Mike probably spotted this also, but I opened up my model that I'm creating in VR and was instantly able to, with my Oculus Quest 2, kind of navigate around using virtual reality headsets or handsets. Sorry, I should say. We had headsets before. And then, of course, Blender, there's been Blender long-term releases updated for both 2.93x and 2.83x. So, you know, studios that are building, that are like running long-running projects on these, really appreciate that. I'm going to, God, I just linked all of these badly. Okay. Here, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna go out to, let's see. blender.org, and maybe I'll play the show reel real quick. So this is just a feature show reel. If you haven't seen it, it's pretty cool. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I'm not sure if I'm sharing with audio. Let me reshare. Share sound. Yeah, there we go.
That's a low wag team, and she's in distress. There, my little Montecilla flower.
Awesome. So there you go. There's also, if you go to the website, if you go back to the website, there's actually like a pretty good breakdown. Let's see. If I can find my way back to it, there's a pretty good breakdown of features on the website. Let's see, maybe it would be under what's new, Blender 3. Yeah, here we go. So underneath this, there's kind of like there's a video here where a guy gets every major feature in 6 minutes, and he does a far better job than I could. So I'm going to defer you to that video, but you know, here's the kind of like cycle speed improvements we were talking about. Here's the viewport navigation. You know, we saw that in the video just now, but manipulating lights a lot faster as well. You know, the noise reduction is just absolutely huge. You can kind of see the difference between old open image denoising and the new one, or denoised and not denoised. The shadow terminator, if you look at the back of this snail, you'll see some kind of artifacts. For low poly meshes, this is especially for game assets, this is really big. If you look at these shadows, if you look down here, you have like colored shadows going on from all these balloons. Like there's some better subsurface scattering algorithms built into the package, and obviously lots and lots more. The asset browser we talked about, geometry nodes, which we'll get into in just a bit. So what they did in geometry nodes, just real quick, they from the prior version, they've moved from a model where you had to define attributes individually to basically something called fields. So there's two kinds of nodes. You have nodes that create geometry, and you have like these nodes that manage your attributes and create in different fields. And so it basically, the net of it is that it allows you to create node groups in a much more logical way from left to right, the way that you do data nodes in cycles and in compositing. So there's been a bunch of different node types invented to make that happen. And that was really a collaboration between the developers and the Blender community. They actually went out, they created 3 different prototypes for how it could work. And then they field tested it with everybody, and everybody unanimously kind of came back and said, this is probably the best way to do it. So there are some text nodes, which is great. Like we were talking about, so this is the kind of thing you can do in Blender, right? You can create some really rudimentary animations using these nodes. And I think this is really the start of great motion graphics support in Blender. Anyways, so you can also use, so Eevee is being enabled to use these attributes that you create using geometry nodes, which is great. And there's loads of different examples out there. There's been some UI refresh. There's been, I talked about the strip thumbnails. This is what it looks like when it works for you. Let's see. Oh yeah, we talked about VR controller sports, pose library. There's been a bunch of grease pencil additions, which I'm not a grease pencil user, so I can't demo that for you. We talked about the fact that it's much, much faster. So one of the nice things that got included was USD import. So there was USD export in the previous version. So now we play in both directions, and actually there's been some nice Hydra support added by third parties. And there you go. So yeah, so I strongly recommend you go out, you read the release guide, which goes into all the gruesome detail about all these different features. You watch the video overviews. Some of the other things that have kind of happened since our last meeting is we've had a Blender 3 roadmap. So Con has written, actually just came out in October. And it's kind of amazing. Like if you want to get excited about Blender, have a read through this roadmap. I mean, there's things in here about how there's plans to create a hybrid sculpting painting workflow that sounds really similar to like Substance. There's stuff in here about doing some really cool cycles work, even more exciting cycles and Eevee work. Some great stuff in here about compositing. I always look at my friend Sean when I say compositing. So anyways, have a read through it. Canonical started offering Blender services. So this is the same Canonical that makes Ubuntu. So I guess another professional services org on the market that can support you if you're using it in a large studio. The Blender Foundation has released a by the numbers report, which kind of goes into how many people are downloading Blender. Spoiler, it's a lot. So just millions and millions of people have kind of been downloading it lately. They kind of give a breakdown on what platforms are the most important in terms of user base. you know, how they're doing in the Blender Development Fund and code contributions and great stuff. If you're into stats, it's really excellent. Whoops. Adobe joined the Development Fund, which is great. Always good to have other big players contributing to more development. At the same time, they released a link that wrong as well. At the same time, they released a Substance and a Mixamo add-on for Blender. So you can now edit Substance materials directly within Blender. It's pretty cool. It pops out as like a user panel. So definitely worthwhile checking those out if you use the software. And a Mixamo, of course, is like you know, downloadable animation that you can apply to your rig and do that kind of thing. So obviously Cycles X update, but there's been kind of an update on the roadmap for Cycles X specifically. So there's a bunch of things about how they plan to improve it over the course of the next year or so. So you know, moving to Vulkan, they've added AMD HIP, which is apparently a software layer that allows you to use AMD graphics card with CUDA libraries. So now they really just render on AMD GPUs through CUDA. And they're porting that over to Linux as well. And obviously,
wait, isn't AMD CPU?
AMD makes GPUs as well.
Oh, this is like an AMD GPU.
This is an AMD GPU thing, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And so,
I see that. Yeah.
and well, I think CUDA actually could support CPUs as well, but technically. But and then on, although we're going to Vulkan on PCs, we're going to Metal on Apple. And so Apple has started contributing to the development fund as well, and started helping to make Blender work on that as well. I know. Isn't that cool? Everybody's all the big names are developing. Right, everyone except Autodesk. But I'll hold my breath for that. So Google Summer of Code finished. So in case you're not familiar, Google Summer of Code is where Google donates a certain amount of money to help developers develop open source code. And so every year, the Blender Foundation gets a couple of students to work on cool features. And so there's a really good overview of those features and how they're making it into the main branch out on the Blender development website. From a software perspective, I'm just going to mention a few here. So I've been using this tool called Blender Launcher. So I'm kind of, because I'm not, because my job doesn't depend on it, I use the very latest and greatest bleeding edge Blender tools. So like unreleased versions. So this Blender Launcher basically just, here, let me just give you a screenshot. It looks like this. So it basically just monitors the Blender repositories for new versions and then downloads them automatically and keeps them in a library so you can launch them. And it's just great because I download daily builds, and so it saves me about 5 steps every time I want to fire up Blender. RenderMan for Blender, version 24 has released. So if you're into Pixar RenderMan or you just want to give it a try, they actually let you use it for free if you're just a hobbyist. Let's see, Blender Studio has a kind of production management tool called Kitsu that they released for doing kind of shop management and that kind of thing. This is the AMD USD Hydra plugin for Blender that I was talking about before. So it allows you to kind of render directly in Blender. So added USD support. And then I thought this was kind of interesting. The Blender Media Viewer is basically, let's see if we can just Google for it real quick. Blender Media Viewer, there we go. So it's just a tool that you would use like in dailies to view media. So I guess it's similar to, Sean, what would be your favorite apps there?
We use it work with one called Pop Player, but it's terrible.
Right. So yeah, like what is it, JView or what is one?
There's DJV, and there's also RV and Hero that I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's the one. DJV. That's actually the one that I use. So anyways, this lets you, it basically creates a skin on Blender using application templates to kind of bring out all the best features of the package that lets you just kind of scroll through different media. And it accepts a number of different media types. All right, what else? Let's see. If you haven't been following Blender Bob on YouTube, he's well worth taking a look at. So Blender Bob is a guy, he's a visual effects artist, and he's just prolific at these videos. And he's got a really good kind of approach, and he teaches lots of good stuff. I would recommend it. And subscribe. I recommend you subscribe and check out his channel. There's a new human portrait creation course, which is this one down here by CG Cookie. So if you're into creating like hyper realistic faces, this guy who's teaching the course has done a bunch of other stuff, really excellent. Alive is an animation course by these guys by this guy at P2 Design. I've been following his tutorials for a while. It looks pretty good, so yeah, I recommend you check it out. And then Polyhaven, actually, which is really more of a resource than training. The people that made HDRI Haven have actually made the site Polyhaven, and they're putting up models and textures and all sorts of great stuff. So another great place to go get materials and models.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, great stuff. So if you've not seen already, Sprite Fright is an open movie that was made by the Blender Foundation, released, I think, at the end of October. It's a comic horror movie, so great timing there. I encourage you to watch it. Maya and the Three, which is down here. If you haven't seen this, this is a series on Netflix done in Blender. Unfortunately, the studio that made it right after it was released, or right about the same time it was released, actually went bust, which is super unfortunate. But you know, hopefully all those talented Blender artists that made it are still in the market. And
I met the director of that show once, actually.
Awesome.
But he's probably really sad that the studio went bust.
Yeah. Anyways, I mean, just proof once again that Blender's ready for prime time. And then Rabbids Invasion. Let's see if I can find this. So Rabbids Invasion. So this is done by Ubisoft. So Rabbids Invasion is an animated. There you go. It's an animated feature. It's a series that airing on French television, also done in Blender. I think it comes originally from a video game that they made. All right, and then finally, November. So November is part of a competition where people create node-based art using Blender, and there's a whole bunch of different themes. If you want your mind blown, just go out to Twitter and search for a hashtag November.
So basically, those are for the scientist type.
It's amazing. Like, yeah, I mean, it takes a mathematical brain to do some of this stuff. November. But it's absolutely mind blowing, the kinds of things that people create with nodes, stuff like this, right? Yeah, like absolutely insane. And of course, they all follow themes. So you know, you would not believe. Look at this. It's all done with nodes. So yeah, I encourage you to go out. A lot of people share their nodes afterwards, and usually the guy that runs it, this was done with nodes. How crazy is that? Usually the guy that runs it has a breakdown of like the best stuff you've seen, and you'll get these kind of big node trees that people will share after the fact. So, all right. With that, I'm gonna just open it up to the group. So I'm sure I missed stuff. What events, books, classes? What have I missed that you think is really worth calling out?
You mean in terms of stuff online?
Yeah, just in terms of really cool Blender stuff that's happened in the last 6 months that we haven't talked about here.
Well, for the beginners, if you're interested, Blender Guru is redoing the donut tutorial in 3.0.
Yeah, but aren't we all pretty tired of that?
Oh.
I mean, it's like, and it's gotten to the point where it's like annoying.
If you've just opened,
You know, if I'm going to learn through the Blender 3.0, I'm not going to do a donut.
No, I think it's great. Quite frankly, so many people have started their CG life using these donut tutorials. I hope he keeps making them. And it's great.
That's
Yeah,
kind of,
great.
it's kind of like the bouncing ball, you know. Everyone does the bouncing ball.
Everybody makes a donut. This is like a giant multi-part video, so we're not even going to get to see the donut here, but yeah, I think it's great that it's being redone in Blender 3, and actually, there's a lot of tutorials need to be redone in Blender 3. That's great. What else?
There's one thing that's not exactly Blender related, but Polyhaven, they're doing a Kickstarter, I think. No, it's Indiegogo, a project called like Pirate Retreat or something like that. I'll have to look it up. But they're trying to get some money to kind of create a theme or set of themed assets. But it should all be like supported in Blender and stuff like that.
Smuggler's Cove.
Smuggler's Cove, thank you.
Yeah, let's see if we can find it.
If you go to their, it's on their YouTube site as the kind of the front video.
Polyhaven Smuggler's Cove. There we go. Ooh. Yeah, so it's like a whole scene basically. You can go pilfer all the assets.
Yeah.
There we go. It's on Blender Nation. Awesome. Yeah. So definitely, like if you use their stuff, you know, go ahead and contribute. Like Greg's is on this team. He's been contributing like HDRIs and other stuff for as long as I've been using Blender. So really great. These guys are doing this. Sounds like a fun project. All right. Awesome. What else?
I'm looking for a guy that I really like, and I'll tell you in a moment. And I can't remember the name of his channel, but I'm looking now. But I'll let you know in a sec.
Okay. Like, is there a way that we can drop links to you in the chat here? Because or no, there's not a way that we can drop a link to you.
I don't think so. No, I mean,
drop it in the meetup.
Well, yeah, you can drop it in the meetup chat.
Cool. Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna, yeah. Oh, it's live right now. Holy smokes, let's do it. Show chat, and it will not let me chat. That's really sucks. Like show chat. Has anyone dropped anything in the chat yet? Yeah, because like what I was gonna say is since the last time we met, there's a YouTube series done. It's by the director of the a lot of the what's the series he did? Despicable Me and all those. And he also was at Pixar, and he's done his own little private YouTube personal YouTube series, and used Blender to animate the like whole thing. And obviously he could use whatever tool he wanted, and he picked Blender, and it's really good. So and I'll drop it in the chat right now so you guys can check it. I think this is it. Yep, here it is. Yeah, he's created 3 so far.
Awesome.
Yeah, and also there's a how-to video where he did all the animation and everything in Blender, and he worked with this other guy who did all the compositing I think he used the DaVinci Resolve for all the compositing, I believe. So they go into how they took the Blender footage and how they incorporated it. But it's a great, it's great animation, and the whole process was pretty cool. And yeah.
Cool. All right. We'll wait. I'm not seeing that URL just yet, so we'll wait for that to show up.
I put it into the chat, so maybe it's waiting for you guys to approve it like that, or
yeah, it could be. Could be. I'll check back later, and maybe we'll bring it up.
Cool.
Thanks for that.
Cool.
Awesome. So, anything else?
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
Let's see it.
Yeah, why don't you feel this share?
The animation for your product? It's never.
So like what kind of stuff was, I mean, so yeah, so like what type of effects were done in Blender?
I don't.
What's up? Oh, cool.
Huh.
Nice.
How many shots did you do for that movie?
Yeah. Nice.
Very good. Oops.
Do you guys ever watch the CG Essentials tutorials?
CG Essentials.
CG
Maybe.
Essentials. Yeah. He's you were recommending Blender Bob. He's good. CG Essentials I found to be a much more mature approach to 3D design and modeling. And he finds the fastest, simplest way to do things that I found just very refreshing to watch. So it's Justin Geis, CG Essentials. Is that him? Is that cgessentials.com?
Yeah, he's got a bunch of Blender stuff on here. I'm guessing this is probably him.
Yeah. Yeah, very good stuff. It's not, I've watched quite a few Blender tutorials. Some of them are okay, others are better. But I found his to be a very, very almost production oriented, direct approach, easy, direct approach, getting things done fast with really good results.
Awesome. Okay.
They're pretty short too, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what's amazing, that is that videos are super short, but he actually gives you great results in a very short period of time, which we all agree is saving time is just critical.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
All right.
Check it out. I've subscribed to him.
Have you
this
seen?
Inspires me. There's a YouTube channel called WTF UE4, which is like 10-minute UE4 tutorials. Maybe I should do one for Blender. That'd be kind of interesting. You just gave me an idea there.
Well, have you seen Imphenzia? I think is how it's. I have no idea how it's pronounced. IMPHENZIA. He does all these. Let's model a spaceship in 10 minutes. Let's model and rig a dragon in 10 minutes. Stuff like that. It's
that's
all
incredible.
everything's 10 minutes in Blender. It's a lot of fun.
And what is that link again?
There, you see, it's on the screen now.
It's on the screen now.
Yeah.
There it is. Imphenzia. Check that out.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for mentioning that.
Awesome. All right. What else?
I could definitely recommend CG Boost community. I think it's similar to one of the like Blender Guru and CG Cookie mentioned, especially good for beginners. It's focused on Blender. It has another Blender beginner tutorial, which is not a donut. If someone is interested in that. But they do have cool mentors, and it was a community that like was a big part of like me getting into 3D initially. I think they do have like community for their courses, like they have a sculpting course and other mentors doing other courses. There's the guy called his name is Martin Kleckner, who does like this big landscapes and like huge environment scenes. One of the latest courses there, and he like if you're interested, you can follow him specifically. He does a short film, so he's doing everything on his own. It's called Heroes of Bronze, and he's sharing a lot of stuff created with Blender and some other tools, but like it's mostly in Blender. So it's like really cool to see like a person doing a personal project of like a really big size, but focused in Blender. And he talks a lot about how he approaches different tasks in there, which is really cool. And they also run a monthly challenge, I think, with some cool sponsors and prizes that you can win, stuff like Marmoset Toolbag, and like there's a bunch of cool stuff you can win and just do it for fun.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we love hearing about the challenges there. So awesome. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no worries. Another quick thing can be there's a Decoded channel, which I recently like noticed, and there was a cool project where he does like a specific shot from a movie like Jurassic Park or Terminator, and I think he does more like a project where he does a shot from movies only using only Blender, but like tries to copy the shot exactly. Take a look at the Jurassic Park scene with T-Rex, which looks really cool, and gets a cool project to kind of try on your own, choosing
And that's still CG Boost?
No, that's Decoded.
Decoded, thank you.
Yeah, the name of the channel. It's like purple letters.
Cool, man. All right, awesome. Thanks for sharing. Okay, so I think I'm gonna cap it there. So like, if there's anything else that you guys think is worth sharing, by all means, let us know. Like, feel free to stay muted when you're talking and just ask questions. I'm gonna change subjects here and maybe ask, hey, David, is it better? Do you want to go first, or should we have Joe up first? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, why don't you go for it? I'm gonna steal.
Right, Joe? I don't mind if you want to go first.
Hey, I say leave the kid at grandma's.
What she does well her feeds her really well.
All right, go for it. Go for it, dude.
Cool. Give me a moment. Let me turn on my video here.
No.
And I'll steal the screen share whenever you're ready.
Yeah, stopping now.
Okay. Hey, everybody. So, my name is David, and I have been. Oh, look at this. Oh, let me switch this for the YouTube channel. I'm going to switch it to gallery view. There we go. That way people can see us. I also run the YouTube share on here, so at the same time I'm doing on Zoom or rebroadcasting to YouTube. So really pushing that 3090 to its limits. Anyways, my name is David, and I co-own a animation studio and game studio. We released our first game this year called Theory Studios. We've worked with our friends at Barnstorm, with our friends at Renaissance, and many other places, bringing Blender to the world. We've done Blender for visual effects. We've done Blender for theme park rides. And we're even using Blender right now for high-end machine learning. Unfortunately, that's all locked in NDAs, but what I can say is that we're using Blender to simulate warehouses, like tens and thousands of images of what robots would see in a warehouse. It's amazing, it's amazing to see the power of this little program. and how far it's come. So today, what I'd like to do is to go over some of the features in Blender 3.0. There's quite a few of them, and I'm going to point you to one website that all of you should go to. So bear with me as I load up my thing here. So actually, let me just pull over this tab. You'll have to excuse me because I'm going to look towards the right, but that's where the stream and the monitor is at. So there is the Blender release notes, and anyone can Google this and look this up. 3.0. This is obviously the one that just came out. Every single little change that you want to know is going to be in here, along with some information about what those changes were, and even some really great videos to demonstrate how those things will work. So here's one, for example, that I won't do, but it talks about different ways of constraining and how that has improved. Or actually, this is the one that's a little bit more interesting. If you have copy transforms, if you have two different things transforming in different ways, you can now blend those in two different ways, or you can blend them in different, if you want to do split channels or whatever. So anyways, the Blender 3.0 release notes are really handy, and there's just so much in here to pull from. In particular, I'm going to talk about three that kind of affect me quite a bit. Sterling already went over the asset browser, so I'll skip over that one, but I want to talk about animation, the pose library, and virtual reality, which I happen to do a lot of. So we'll tackle all three of those. So a little shameless plug. One of the things that we do here at Theory is we make animated cartoons, and you can find our little guys all on the internet. So if you search for Bug Buddy cartoons, we've been making shorts for 8 years now. Different characters over the years, and the latest one is Bug Buddy cartoons, and they live on TikTok and they live on YouTube, and it's just our way of like making really happy, silly little animated characters. All the cool projects that we get to do are awesome, but we also love to tell stories that make the world laugh a little bit. And if anyone here is a parent, having content that is like funny and enjoyable on the internet that your kids can watch it's kind of a thing, right? It's scary on the internet sometimes. So that's what we do. We try to make funny content that kids will enjoy. So all of these are made in Blender. There's a little bit of After Effects, I have to admit. But all of these are like Blender based, just silly little cartoon stuff. So we're actually gonna take a look at this one. My daughter likes characters dancing, so we've done a lot of animated dances. So this is one in particular. We're going to take a look at that. So these are these little characters. They're called Bug Buddies. There is a ladybug. There's a pill bug. There's the grasshopper that you just saw, etc. Now, like I said, all of these are made in Blender, and the rigs are created by the artist Juan Pablo Boza. He's made a lot of rigs for the Blender movies over the years, and he also makes rigs for us. And it's just really cool stuff that you can see here. So let's talk about animation in Blender, because animation is one of the most time-consuming things in the entire pipeline. And so we're just going to reset this little guy to default. And now this rig, as I mentioned, is handmade. But if some of you out there are like, well, I want to make a character, I want to be able to make my own like creature move, there's a really easy tool that's included in Blender, and it's called Rigify. Rigify. You can just turn that on, and I'm actually going to come over here off to the side, and you can hit Shift A, or you can even go up to the Add menu and add a human meta rig. And then there are a few extra buttons that you can find some really good tutorials online on how to like really refine it, but there's one big one over here that's called Generate Rig, and it will generate a really nice rig that has all of these like functions and cool curves and stuff like that. For our purposes, we needed something a little bit more handcrafted, but I know there's a lot of people here who are just starting out, and Rigify is really the fastest, easiest way to generate a character. And the best part is you can do animals as well. There's a few presets for birds and cats, dogs, etc. Actually, because this is a demo and I like doing demo effect, I like pushing my luck against the demo gods, I went ahead and clicked on generate rig. So we're going to see if this will actually generate the rig for us in this demo. I'm going to cross fingers, but I'm only going to give it another second because I'm a little worried. Oh no. It's killing me. You're killing me, Blender. You know what? I'm gonna let Blender run in the background because I have a feeling that little guy didn't crash. He's just thinking about it. So I'm gonna open another session really quick, and I'll bring that over. All right. So as I mentioned, animation is one of the hardest things. I should say, rather, one of the most laborious things. It really eats up a lot of time to animate. And with the introduction of Blender 3.0, you have this. Oh, take a look! It actually did work. Ah. right as I was like alt tabbing out, the rig actually generated. So here we go. Back to Rigify really quick. So this is the Rigify rig. And you can see it generates a whole facial rig. It generates the arms, IK, FK. All of that is created in Rigify for you. As you can see, it did take a little bit, even on this machine, but that's still pretty awesome. It's just a built-in tool to make rigs. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it, though. But I just wanted to show that for people, because I know there's some interest in making your own characters. And again, that is just R-I-G-F-Y, Rigify. Okay, let me close the previous session really quick. That way we don't have two conflicting sessions going on. And I like to have on my little preview mode here. Actually, we'll just do it this way. All right, so here is our character. And there are a couple cool things that you can do in Blender 3.0, namely the use of a pose library. We talked a little bit earlier about how to do these. We mentioned that we believe it's actually under file paths in your preferences. You can add all sorts of asset libraries, whether they're 3D meshes or they're animations, etc. And it's a little beyond the scope of like teaching how to set every single one up, but we will set up at least one pose. But the backgrounds and everything, I'll kind of briefly gloss over how we make them when we do them. But let's get to actually how do you apply a pose. So let's say I wanted this pose right here. All I have to do is go ahead and left click and drag it, or all right, maybe double click it. Oh, this actually got me. It is actually an add-on. You can tell because you don't see pose library here. So you have to search for the pose library add-on. It wasn't on by default for me for some reason. There we go. Okay, so now I can go ahead and click on body, hands on hips, and I can go to apply and take a look at that. I've gone ahead and applied that animation. And maybe in my animation, I want to go ahead and flip poses. So I want him to have his hands on hips on one side, and then I want to go ahead and click flip and apply, and now his hands are on his hips on the other side. So we get one of these things going. But I can hear what you're saying, like, okay, well, it's kind of mushy. It goes from like one side to the other. I want him to quickly move. This tool has been inside Blender for a while. It's called the Breakdowner, but it's really handy. You can just go ahead and click here, and then click anywhere in the viewport, and you'll see this nice little scale bar come up here. See that? So this little bar comes up here and lets me favor, say, the previous pose or the next pose. It does have a limit of 0 to 100, but if you hit the E key, you can go beyond that limit and make your poor little guy explode. just do something kind of crazy. Anyways, there's a hard limit there for a reason, because you'll break your rigs. But if you want, you can overshoot just a little bit. There we go. And I'm just going to left click again to set it. So now my little guy is doing this and he goes over here. Now, along the way, I probably want to do a little bit of a blink, right? So let's go ahead and just click on blink. I'm just going to go ahead and double click that blink, and there we go. But maybe right before this, I want those eyes to be open. So let's go ahead and say eyes happy. I can double click that. And maybe I want to like blend in a little bit. So there is the breakdowner tool that we just talked about, but there's also interactive blend. So with eyes happy selected in my curve here going wherever it wants to be, I can go ahead and click on interactive blend and just move my mouse left and right, and you can see how I can blend between the poses quite nicely actually. Oh, let's just leave it right about there. One thing that can be really difficult animating inside Blender is the fact that there are so many controls. Even in Rigify, you get tons of controls. There is this option over here on the right under Object Data. You can go to Visibility and click on In Front. And this kind of helps, but actually in some ways I think it makes it worse. There's just so many things to see. So one thing that we've realized is that in this new version of Blender, you can go ahead and with any of these poses selected, go to Select. Now what this will do is select only the bones it's going to affect. And then the shortcut is Shift H. It will hide unselected. It's under View in here, somewhere in here. That's the one thing for those of you new to Blender. You'll learn your shortcuts really fast because that's the speed of Blender. Everything is a shortcut. So the shortcut is Shift H, and that hides anything not selected. So now this is really handy because I can just go ahead and focus on these eyes. And let's say I want to go to about frame 91. I'm going to hit I. I is how you insert a keyframe. This is a new thing inside Blender 3.0. For those of you a little bit more advanced, custom property can be things that you set that you've either coded in Python, like a IK-FK switch, or maybe they're just simple custom properties that you've created over here on the right, and that you have a driver attached to it, which could also be IK-FK switch, and you could do that with a driver as well. So before, in the olden days, you would have to go ahead and key all of these custom properties by hand. But in 3.0, you can just do this and it will key them for you. That is really handy if you do have IK-FK switches as a custom property, because if you transfer that animation to another animator, maybe they don't use IK hands and they use FK hands, but the animation didn't transfer because that one custom property hadn't been keyed. And that can be really frustrating. So this is a handy little tool. It's a little bit more advanced, but it's really, really handy. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and click. Let's see here. We're going to blink from 85 to about 91. And so somewhere around here at 94, we're going to open those eyes up. So I'm just going to either double click here or I can hit N to open up, N like November to open up my little side panel here. And I can see here I have a pose library. I can go ahead and also click on any one of these. Or if I wanted to, I can left click and drag, and that will mimic the interactive blend option. So I can either click to apply a pose, whereas over here on the right in the asset library I had a double click, or I can go ahead and left click and drag. Let's actually do this one, left click and drag, and then that will go ahead and blend the two. Doesn't matter which one you use, but this is something that's common in Blender. There are many ways to do the exact same action, and so in that, or rather I should say there are many tools to do the same action. This is just the panel version of what this is. It's more or less the same thing. Anyway, so now we can go ahead and see that we have some very simple animation. We have a character going this way, And now they're going that way. And the last thing I want to do is make them smile or give them like a big open mouth. So I'm going to hit Alt-H to unhide everything. And we're going to find just a cute mouth. Let's just double click this one. Yeah, that looks funny. Let's just go with that. Oh, actually, this one's even better. Something kind of ridiculous, right? There we go. Maybe something a little bit more judgmental. Maybe something a little bit more sad. One thing too, by the way, with animating is that these controls, we talked about how selecting them can be hard and also viewing them can get in the way. So this is one tool that's handy in Blender. You can just click this little overlays and it'll get rid of them. So that's really neat, so you can quickly see how your animation will look. So there we are. And actually, I hadn't set a keyframe on the mouse, so I'm going to set one there. And now I can just go ahead and play this incredible animation. I'm going to cut off just the ends, though. He gets a little crazy at the end there. But the point is still the same. We're able to create this really fast animation using a pose library. But that's not all. How do you make a pose? That's important, right? That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. And that's actually really quite easy. So let's go ahead and zero this out. There's a very easy way to do that in Blender. The shortcuts, again, I know it's all shortcut based. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. But it's Alt, G, R, and S. G for grab or location, R for rotate, S for scale. When you hold down Alt and you hit those buttons, Alt, G, R, and S, it will zero out their values. And so that's all of our animation rigs are built this way. So Alt, G, R, and S will zero out all of those values. So now he's back to default mode. Anyways, let's go ahead and make a pose. It doesn't matter what. Maybe it could be like something like this, something like really obvious and silly. One thing you have to ensure is that your camera is a square. It doesn't have to be, but it really helps, because what you want to do is position your camera where you want it. Now there's this little tool called camera to view. You can go ahead and frame it up this way if you'd like. There we go. I mentioned a little bit earlier how we kind of color-coded these, and you can do that very easily by just making, say, a plane and putting it behind him. I know, really advanced technology here. And then we can go right back to the camera view, and maybe we'll make this plane, if the demo gods smile on me, make it green. Let's go there. Okay, so this is the pose that I want. So let's go ahead and go to pose mode. That's important on our character. I always like to key everything. That's just a good habit to keep as an animator. Again, that shortcut is I. And then in here, you want to look for the action editor. You'll see it in the dope sheet and everything too, but the action editor is important, and I'll show you why in a second. Actions are animations in Blender, kind of like a cube is an object, or a texture is, well, a texture, you know, kind of like asset and everything in Blender. Actions are the sum of movement inside of Blender. So if you're making a game, you could have like an idle and a walk all in the same character in the same file, and you could just switch between the two by picking either action for walk or idle or run or whatever. So in this case, we have an action called animation, because this is our amazing animation that's happening. And same with above, if I hit N for November, I'll get this little option called Create Pose Asset. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Hey, look at that. It went ahead and created a pose asset. Now, I did forget about something. It doesn't use the material preview. It uses uses like that flat shaded preview mode. So when you want to change colors, you actually have to go to viewport display and change the color here. So sorry about that. I did forget that it only uses the regular mode, not the material preview mode. But anyway, so we've gone ahead and made ourselves a pose, which appears right here. And then you'll see this little thing, restore previous action. This is going to be a handy button that you need to click for now. I'm sure in the future it'll be a little bit more automated, but the short of it is that Blender creates a brand new action based on that pose, and it keeps your old one, your old animation. It just keeps it just for safekeeping. So I'm going to go ahead and click create pose again. There we go. And now it has appeared in my pose library. I'm going to click this button to restore my amazing animation. And I'm actually going to get rid of this right here. I'm just going to hit delete. There we go. Now we have my old amazing animation. Wow, so good, so handsome. And over here in my asset browser, that's what this is. It's an asset browser. I have my pose. And I can just go ahead and double click it. And it will apply the pose. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hey, wait a minute. This pose actually looks a little different than what we had set up. That's an error on our part. The way the pose library is reading the actions. So that's a little bit of a bug. The demo gods didn't completely smile upon me in this case, but that's what happens here. There's just a little bug in the way that that pose was set. But generally, it should work fine for you, because it worked fine on all of our other demos. So there we go. So sometimes that happens. The pose doesn't get completely set, but I think that's because our rig has a few issues that we got to work out, because we just converted over to 3.0 with all this stuff. So, but nonetheless, that is how you set a pose using the pose library. So pretty cool stuff, and pretty awesome, and it's honestly really sped up the way animation works here. So it's just nice to see how fast and snappy it is. In addition to all of the other like awesome tools, like it actually just runs faster. There's a note about how animation runs quicker with large scenes, which we have an example over here. We have a very large scene of stuff. This is all just grass and everything, and handles it like a champ, and there's like no issues. And even when we do cycles denoising, like if you've never used cycles denoising, it's so fast. I'm going off of one sample. This is literally one sample. And yes, it is GPU denoising, but it's just so good. So I'm just super impressed with like how this can handle the scenes. You know, we've gotten away with rendering sometimes things at like 20 or 30 samples at most, just because denoising is just so good in Blender 3.0. So definitely want to encourage people to check that out. Okay, there's one more demo I want to do, updates that are inside Blender, and that is VR. So I'm going to go ahead, and if the demo gods smile upon me, this will work. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to open up ArcViz. I'm going to see if my headset is still connected. My Quest tends to lose the Guardian for some reason lately. All right, so let's see here. All right, we do have that going. So you'll have to excuse me. I know one of the members initially said that him and his wife had created their homes, and they were like visualizing, and I instantly thought of this. Like this tool could be quite helpful in that respect. So what you want to do is go to Edit Preferences and search for VR. The tool is called VR Scene Inspection. And you can hit N, come over here to VR. Now, there's no way for you to see what I see through the headset easily, but you can mirror VR Session. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to click Start VR Session. So now you can see that you know what? Let me just grab. There we go. So now in VR, and I just have my thumb over the sensor, but now I'm inside VR, and I can look around the whole scene. And it's what you see is what you get. Actually, you know what? I will put this on. Hold on. 2 seconds. So yeah, what you see is what you get. So I see it in EV, and I see it in EV here as well. It is it's not at frame rate. You know, it does go a little slow, but I can navigate using. I'm on an Oculus Quest 2, so I'm just using AirLink right now. But I can go ahead and navigate with both hands. The frame rate is like 30 frames a second, so it's not ideal. I think it's because I'm streaming and recording on Zoom all at the same time. So I think the card is getting hit pretty hard. But the fact is that I'm in Eevee navigating around this house, and it's actually just really impressive. You know, and I can see my controllers in my Oculus Quest here. Again, I'm not using Quest native. This is through AirLink, so this is something to kind of keep in mind. I believe there's like teleporting. There it is. So you can teleport, and now I'm like at ground level. I'm gonna hit that button so I'm not totally. I don't know. Let's take a look. It's actually really cool. So, but yeah, what you see in Blender, and I know it's a little tough to kind of like to see what I see on the headset, but I'm seeing exactly what you're seeing in Blender in VR. So that is a cool tool. There's definitely a lot of promise, and there's definitely a lot of hope and promise with that tool. They definitely want to increase the amount of VR inside Blender, and that's just on a Quest using OpenXR as the pathway, and I'm sure that there are many other tools coming that way. So highly recommend it. It's really fun, and just the frame rate's a little choppy, but it might also just be because literally I am streaming multiple devices at once. I was using it in preview mode. It seems to work out pretty well, but I recommend other people go ahead and play with it and see what you can get. So I'll wrap up by saying all of this is under the release notes. We didn't cover grease pencil and modeling. There's some new additions to the knife tool that make it a lot easier to use. Of course, some of the bigger things are like rendering with cycles has sped up quite tremendously. I'll just kind of zoom through a few of these. Like the bar graph, this like should be the only thing that you should really care about if you're caring about rendering. This is seconds, and you can see blue is 293 and red is 3.0. I mean, that's just a giant amount of rendering improvements just switching to Blender 3.0. So, every single thing has just improved across the board for rendering. Metal doesn't work on Macs, so if you're on Silicon, it won't. I mean, you can run Blender and you can use rendering off the CPU, but Metal is not fully supported yet, and neither is OpenCL. So if you're on an AMD card, unfortunately, that's just not there yet. It was sort of in 293, but the hope is to bring it back in 3.1 with a lot more help. This is a good demo of the denoising, by the way. You can just see how incredibly fast it is, and very just so responsive. Look at this scene; it's got so much geometry in it, and it just responds quickly. And that's not even using optics, So that's just using open image denoise. We talked a little bit about some of these other cool things of shadow terminating and subsurface. Sculpting got some improvements, and for those of you who like to transfer, like if you have one sculpt, you need to like have a shirt be really tight on your character. You can do that now. It's really quite handy. Grease pencil. Unfortunately, I don't think me and Sterling have ever met anyone who like really knows grease pencil, but it improves so much with each and every release. So if you're into 2D drawing or 2D animation, the stuff that's in Grease Pencil is just really outstanding. There are a lot of fixes for those of us who use Sequencer and for VFX and overlays and everything. I have to admit, I haven't actually dove through any of these. I'm going to have to because we have a new movie we're filming, so stuff to take a look at. We've talked a lot about animation and making poses. We've talked about the asset browser, which is a really big win. And something to take a look at. So highly recommend everyone takes a look at the release notes. There's just so much good stuff there. But with that, I think I've covered a lot in like, gosh, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Happy to answer any questions though, and if not, we can turn it over to you guys.
Any questions for David? Thanks, David.
Yes, I actually have one question. For the post library, let's say if you wanted to do a wink, and like you only have like the blank, could you like say just select the eye control and say on the left side and say just apply to what's selected?
Yeah, whatever you have selected, it will apply that pose to. So if you have nothing selected, it'll do everything that pose applies to. But if you only have the right eye selected, it will only do that right eye. So yes, correct.
Sweet.
Yeah, super handy.
I have a question about one of your scenes, the one with the grass.
Yeah.
Is that all done in nodes, geometry nodes, or?
Now I have to admit,
is that
I'm not the artist who set that one up, but that used to be a particles situation. Just one frame of particles using hair and blah 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 blah. Very heavy. So much lighter using geometry nodes. So much easier to use. But yes, all geometry nodes. Like we basically converted all of our backgrounds that had grass, because there's a bunch of them, to geometry nodes just because it was so much faster. But yeah.
Did you use an add-on, if you don't mind me asking, or is it pretty much like just use geometry nodes by native? Because there's an add-on called Scatter. So just wondering.
No, we try to go native because we have to render a lot of stuff in the cloud. We have a bunch of artists, so we just wanted to keep it simple. But yeah, no, just native in that sense. It's just so much faster. Like the last thing, and I think Sterling can share some of this, is particles. Particles are the last thing that needs to be improved with Blender. It's the only thing, really. They're left all alone. They're so slow. But no, good question. Yeah, it's all geometry nodes.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Been playing with geometry nodes for quite a while now, so it's basically I came from the Houdini side of things too.
Yeah.
So it's just the fact that like, hey, should I pay for Houdini or should I just learn geometry nodes? So it does have very much like a Houdini type of workflow.
And I think it'll get there. It's definitely really new. It's young, if you will. It's just such a new release of a tool. Houdini's gonna win, of course, because it's just got so much power. But I think this is the first big step. I'll put it that way. This is the first big step to turn this.
Hey John, if you've been using geometry nodes for a while, do you want to do a demo for us?
Yeah.
Someday, yeah. I mean, not to a point that I'm very much like I'm not a novice anymore. Let's just say that. But I've been doing a lot of stage designs, or like a lot of designs for doing staging, or like if you're doing like Coachella, I usually use Blender to do all my visualizations and everything like that, or just create an Unreal set. And a lot of that I just use geometry nodes because it's easier to model out of that rather than the other native tools.
Yeah, I saw a demo on Twitter where somebody had created the ability to use geometry nodes natively inside Unreal Engine. So there's a demo where they have this like rope bridge, and they're adjusting the length and the twist of the rope bridge in Unreal Engine. Apparently it's powered by geometry nodes. I don't know how it works, but it's pretty magic looking when you see it. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, in my Instagram account, I do have like a bit of speed workflows. Like I've recorded myself playing with geometry nodes and making these container homes and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I've been playing a lot with it lately.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks, David. Appreciate the overview. That was awesome. We're gonna change topic. So thank you so much. Go pick up the little one and save your grandma.
Hey, no problem. I'll be here for a little bit longer and then I'll head out. But no, my pleasure. I really love doing this, and I'm so happy. It's like our first hybrid event in ages. So this is good.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty awesome. So for those just joining us remote, So this is there's three of us basically in this small room in Venice Beach, and it's kind of a trial to see if we could pull off like a part online, part in person sort of event. So we'll see. All of us kind of provided vaccination cards, and we all got masked up when we came into the room. So yeah, we'll see how we go. But I'm going to introduce Joe Conover to take us away on some of the work he's doing on visual effects. So
yeah, well, just random work that I've been doing.
Oh, okay.
Some visual effects, but I have another thing too that.
That too.
Can everyone see the screen?
Oh no! All right, that's just not sure.
Yeah.
So Zoom meeting, share screen. We'll do it with sound.
Share.
All right. There
Cool.
you go.
All right. Let's see. Which one's first? It's this one. Yeah. So I did some Blender stuff. This is gonna be like maybe a trigger warning for some of you guys because I did a lot of like visual effects. I worked at a visual effects studio for the past couple months, so I did some Blender stuff for American Horror Story, which is pretty cool. The latest season. Watch it if you have Hulu. I got here. Let's see. I'll just do that. I got these tentacles. They were giving me these tentacles and stuff, and for the first time ever, I figured out how to use UDIMs, which is I don't know, about time, I guess, because they gave me the texture and they give me the tentacle, and it's like a super simple geometry, but then they're like, but then it has these UDIMs thing all over it, so I did like manually paint it in Blender, and I figured Blender is just like, I know Blender, so it's just so much faster to just do it in Blender than it is to like figure out another software from scratch. So that was my quick solution. And then here are the tentacles going after these teenage kids. This is just a screenshot from my Hulu, but you can watch the full episode if you have Hulu. Let's see. And then here's a person. They gave me this one. Oh, wait, no. They gave me this person. He's like jumping off a bridge because he's sad or whatever. He had some wires attached to him, and so I'm the man that has to make him jump off the bridge. And so I was actually able to use Blender pretty well to model this guy out, and he's only a few pixels, but I was able to like line it up perfectly and stuff. It was pretty cool. I have a suit at home. I was trying to like figure out how the suit shape is. So I actually put on my own. I have like a suit of my own in my closet. So I was like putting it on and like moving my arms up, trying to figure out how the shape should work and stuff, and like all the little folds. I was able to use the cloth brush, I think, for this one. So this was like a cool use of the cloth brush, which is pretty nifty to get all those like wrinkles in like the right spots that they should be and stuff, which is pretty cool. And then the cloth brush works with collision. So you had like his body's like inside there, and I was able to use collision and stuff. And so that was fun. That was another quick thing. And then the last thing is this one's a little gory, but they had this alien baby that they wanted me to make, and so this was their concept thing that the director basically was like, here, make this alien baby or whatever. And then so I just had this image, and then I kind of like spliced together. I spliced together like this kind of thing in Blender real quick. I was just using the sculpting, and then just kind of like I used a existing baby and kind of like sculpted over it, aligned it with that image. And then this is how it turned out. This is the final how it turned out. Kind of
I love the alien baby.
Yeah, it's my alien baby. It's so cute. And it's supposed to be like it's just born, and it's really
You're a
gross.
proud papa.
Yeah. But yeah, this one was a really cool one to work on. It's like I have all the little gross details going on. I got my layers of blood and whatever is on it and stuff.
So no ZBrush in this?
This was well, I started in Blender, and then I did like the final sculpt in ZBrush, where I did like a little bit of texturing, like kind of like pulled it all together basically. So it's kind of like a mix of Blender and ZBrush for this
You
one.
should put it in like a striped polo and do like an elementary school like portrait.
Yeah, I know. I could do that.
With like the fist under the chin pose kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. And then our character animators like animate. It was getting like shot in the face or whatever. And this is just a screenshot from American Horror Story where it got shot in the face.
Poor baby.
Poor baby. I know. I'm so sad. The episode is like it's like Amelia Earhart's baby, and then Dwight Eisenhower shoots it in the head or something. It's like it's very silly. I don't know.
So you worked on that episode?
Yep.
Oh, I loved that episode.
Oh, you saw it? Oh, wow.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did work. I did like the tentacles. I did the baby. I did some like mucus blob things on the guy's face. I did some like alien cavities, but those are like really, really simple stuff. So I didn't bother.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So what was up with the tentacle baby, the octopus baby that was killing people?
The octopus thing? Yeah, the octopus thing. I don't have a screenshot of that one, but that was another thing. I actually did a little bit of like tentacle modeling and stuff in Blender for that. But it was like super simple, but that was a silly mucus blob thing that I was also in charge of. That was fun.
That's great.
It was definitely like a fun project for sure. I get to make people die or whatever. So yeah, that was my American Horror Story stuff that I did. And then a couple months ago, this was actually all the way back in February and March of this year. I did some stuff for the Scream 5. And the trailer just came out recently. The trailers came out recently, so it's completely different than what I did, but I did hear some like concept frames that I'll start with. Let's see. Here's some concept frames I did. I was messing around with a cloth brush because this was, I think back in February, I was like, oh wow, the cloth brush just came out. So I did this stuff in Blender, and then these are how like the frames looked. I did all this cloth stuff, and then I was trying to do like you got the Scream mask, and I did this blade going through it. This is just for a pitch, just to pitch to the client, be like, hey, we got these designs. I did another one here where I was trying to be fancy, and I took the Scream mask and I made like a displacement map, and then I took it through World Machine where I did like this like erosion type thing, and I tried to make it look cool. Yeah, and then the final version looked like it was like this landscape that I was building out, and then it's got like this Scream mask there with my erosion and stuff going on. Yeah, and then this was the one that they ended up not liking either of those, so they liked. Let me see, which was the one that they ended up going with was like this 5 thing. I did like this 5 thing. There was a little bit of blood, but I didn't have that in the final. It was like a super simple. This is like the knife from the Scream series or whatever. And then let's see if this one plays. I'll try movies and TV because that works sometimes. Is it gonna work? Nope, it doesn't work. I'll try VLC. Let's see if VLC. Oh, wait. Open with. See if VLC does it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, VLC always plays it. So yeah, so this is what they ended up cutting the trailer with, and this was all the way back in February, March. So of course it's like they cut the trailer with this, but of course they're gonna change it eventually. So this is where I ended the project here, I guess. And then in the final trailer, this is like the weird logo that they ended up going with for the final trailer. So it's kind of similar to what I did, but not really. But that's just to be expected, I guess. Yeah. So that's the stuff I did for Scream. And that's about it. Any questions? Anything?
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's all my stuff.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Nice one. So, at this point, so any questions for Joe before we transition?
I liked his logo better.
I did
know. I like my logo better too, but I'm a little biased.
Same here. Same here. I
But-
mean, just Scream in the end. Come on. Just what
Yeah, they pick whatever they want. So.
All right,
That's
so
how it is.
like this is the point of the meeting where we want to take a look at your project. So does anybody have anything they want to share that's they use Blender to create it?
Well, I need to take off, but I do have something I would like to share. It's just something simple, if you like.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, give me a second. Voice videos on.
Is it a Lightwave feature overview?
No,
Sorry.
it is not. It is. Now I'm in the Blender group. I don't want to like get outcasted here.
No. Okay. So.
Okay, cool. So give me a second. I'm bringing up the model that I want to show first. I'll show you this one first, and I'll show you the next one. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Yes. Let's go to there. All right. So I'm doing a lot of 3D printing. Can you see my screen in Blender?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so I'm doing a lot of 3D printing. So basically, I'm hired by people. Lately, a couple of projects was to do a redesign of a Constitution class starship. So this little thing is all done inside of Blender. This is just an initial concept. And actually, what I'm showing you is two different versions. I want to show you another version. Let's go open recovery, that one. So this one that I'm going to show you is for one of the guys at NASA. And so everybody in the office at NASA has Star Wars ships. He hired me to do a Star Trek type of a concept for him. So this is mostly a lot of modifiers on here, a lot of mirror modifiers, subdivision surface, and array modifiers on here. This is just it's not finished yet. It's just in the beginning stages. So, and then I've got a bunch of other stuff that's a lot more detailed, but I didn't have it really prepared for this show today. But I just figured I'll kind of share those with everybody. It's kind of like little fun little beginning projects, and the purpose of this is I'm designing this to be 3D printed. So I've got a 20-inch by 20-inch 3D printer. So this will be a fairly large disc. Some of these may be printed with resin-based printing technique, but the majority of it will be the FDM, which is the filament printing. So when it's done, I'll have actually a complete big ass model of the ship, so that is designed to put in electric wire works and circuit boards and lighting to go inside. I mean, I'm still making decisions on where to put the windows so that they can be lit up inside. The dome will be separate, it'll be clear. An actual bridge will go inside. So it's just in its very beginning stages now.
That's super cool.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. I mean, wow. When you're doing the 3D printing on this, are you just exporting this as an FBX or an OBJ? Or
Print as a STL. See, Blender can export XTL. So you go to my export, and STL should be right there. So STL is a format that all your 3D printers understand, and then will print from. And what's really interesting too is all the techniques that we learned in Blender in terms of the surface modeling and all of that, all the grouts and all that has to actually be there. Actually, this is the subdivision surface is off. Let me turn that on. Give it a minute. Let's see how 3.0 handles this, because the previous versions were a little bit slow and convert. There we go. Okay, there it is. Okay. So all the details in here has to be modeled in. So any surface greeblies, any surface modulations has to be built into the actual ship in order for the 3D program to actually print it. So I can't use any. So when I'm printing, I'm often printing with flat shade flat always. I never go to the shade smooth, because the shade flat is actually what your 3D printer is going to see. So if I give this a subdivision surface, in the end, I've got to freeze step those polys, right? I got to apply that surface in order for the 3D printer to actually honor these actual shapes. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and the geometry comes out pretty clean when you
Oh
when you
yeah.
actually put the 3D print.
Oh yeah, it comes out very clean.
Yeah, I've had some troubles here and there when I do 3D print like masks and everything like that. That sometimes I have to clean it up, like some n-gons would be missing, some weird thing.
Yeah, well, this is what's interesting. Learning the 3D print, learning the design for 3D printing is a learning curve. Yes, I've had similar problems too, and I've learned kind of the rules. The rules are you cannot have any open faces, period. Another rule is you want to stay away from n-gons as much as you can. No n-gons. Make sure everything stays as 4-point polys. And then I've been playing around with the booleans tool in here. I've done it successfully with 3D printing, but you want to be careful of that as well. So it's it's fun. it's a fun little project, and they pay. I guess they pay decent all right for this. So it was an accident, ran into a 3D community, and I started getting a lot of these little jobs.
Super cool. Glad to hear people hear stories of people making money doing 3D printing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, these are more fun, making money doing CG effects. So actually I have a lot more, but I didn't really come prepared to show. Next time we have a meeting, I'll come prepared to show a lot more stuff. So
yeah, it sounds good. Thanks for sharing, Stephen.
Okay, you're most welcome.
I love this model.
Thank you.
I'm a Trekkie myself, so I appreciate it. All right, awesome. Okay, so anyone else want to show off some project work?
I have a quick thing.
Sure, yeah, let's have it.
All right, this is very quick. So let me see if I can share my screen here. Blender, blah, blah, blah. So here. Can you guys see my Blender here?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, this is a little YouTube web series that I'm doing, and the purpose of it partly is to use, like, I am obviously very amateur editor here, but I'm using Blender VSC to do all the editing, and then my son did some stuff in Blender, like that's like a 2D work, whatnot like that. But I'm using it basically. I'm using VSC, and I'm purposely using it on every platform I can: Windows, Mac, everything like that. And I'm using this as a way to test 3.0 at each build that comes out every other day. I'm trying it on all the platforms. So I've already piled a few bugs. Like here's one that I did a few weeks ago here, and you can see here, this is an animation that my kid did for me here, like that. And you see here is the video, but I imported this clip right here on the Mac using the M1 ARM, and everything's flipped and flipped and inverted. So I piled a bug for that bug there. See right there, that's flipped and inverted. But I have to say this though, none of this editing could have been possible pre 3.0 because they had a lot of sound sync issues. So they fixed that during this process here. So I'm basically doing this project as like a QA test bed, and as I get better at using it, I can help them debug more issues with this thing. But it's been great. I've been able to pull in every kind of source file in here. It all works great. It has edited great. The preview is sometimes slow, but overall this has been a great experience, and I'm excited that they're making all these changes to the VSC editor. It's great.
That's awesome. I'm super curious if you go to the far right of your timeline and ask for thumbnails, if it works for you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, right here. Where is that? Where's thumbnail?
Yeah, go up, there, down, down, down. Do you see that little blue and white ball just on the right side of your timeline?
Here?
Yeah. Pull down the menu there and select thumbnails.
All right, let's see what happens. This is 3.0 right here. So, and
Yeah.
where should they pop up?
So I had my clip selected when I did it this morning, and the thumbnails showed up. But yeah, where
this might be this might be re-rendering the proxy maybe still. I don't know. It's not doing it. I don't think.
All right.
But however, I'll play with that. This was all edited. So one more thing that I wanted to say is, they talked about how on the Mac it's slow because the GPU isn't implemented for it yet on the M1 Mac, but for VSC it's the fastest. Its rendering times are like twice as fast as any platform that I have here. I mean, I have all, pretty top of line stuff here, and the Mac, the MacBook Pro M1's been super fast. So yeah. Anyways, any questions about this? I know it's like very straightforward stuff here. You can start to try to use DSC now. It seems pretty good so far. I mean, they've done a lot of great. I mean, it actually works. How about that?
Awesome.
Cool.
All right, well, thank you.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, very cool beans. Sorry. One more thing. I will draft my kid to do a demo of grease pencil for when we have this again. He's pretty good at it, and so he can kind of give all the features for it. He's converting to 3.0 now, so by the time we have our by the time we meet again, he should be able to show all the upgrades for that. So
yeah, fantastic. We'd love to hear from him. So yeah, invite him to our next meeting, which if we're back on another regular schedule, will be maybe 3 months from now.
Perfect. That'd be great.
All right, awesome. Thanks for sharing. Anyone else?
Yeah. You want to go ahead, Daniel?
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I actually had to step out about 30 minutes ago. Is this the time where we can ask questions?
Yeah, well, you can ask questions at any point, but we're kind of in a show and tell mode at the moment. So people are showing off their projects, but what question do you have?
Okay, so as I mentioned in the beginning during introductions, I got into this through film. So is there a specific place where like a good community to start meeting others who are actually doing Blender for, like, so what I saw is that you can actually shoot, on a green screen, live action, and then there are Blender artists who create the backgrounds for film, as opposed to doing a completely animated movie. So I'm brand new to this, and the only thing that I've been doing is just researching essentially YouTube and Google. And I was thinking, I'm so glad there's this group where I can actually ask others who have already are familiar with Blender.
Sure. So I guess, I'm in the room with like 2 visual effects artists that do that kind of thing. So basically, we've had there are studios here in LA that use Blender, people like Barnstorm and so forth. Obviously, Joe uses it for his work. But like, where would you say the best community would be to
like Blender visual effects people?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's not really an organized community for Blender visual effects.
Yeah, there isn't really. Sean would know.
I don't know. What would be the best?
Hang out on your website.
Yeah. If you have specific questions and all that, like detailed things, like how to key something, or
I see.
You're welcome. If you go to openvisualeffects.com, you can shoot me a message there.
Okay.
And I can always point you to stuff. But there isn't like a real community yet for just doing like for Blender filmmaking or live action filmmaking or visual effects kind of stuff. There's not really a organized.
You could try on like Blender artists, maybe.
Yeah, there's forums on Blender artists that are specifically for it and all that, but
Blender artists, okay.
very organized. It's always just people dropping in to ask a question or whatever.
I see.
But I try and stay really on top of what's going on out there and what like where the latest tutorials are and all that and who's doing
Yeah.
and then I do occasionally, I haven't been very active this year, but usually I do tutorials myself as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have like specific questions on things like about visual effects type stuff, feel free to send me a message anytime.
Yeah, I'm literally more looking to link up with others who are doing this. So if there's someone who is a writer and a director, and then you have someone who's a visual effects artist, that might be a good combination, right? The two can work together. They may need someone to write this story and direct, and then I may need someone to do the graphics.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to find is where are maybe artists who are looking to link up with writers and such.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. I would think that's more of like like more filmmaking kind of hubs.
Yes. Okay.
I'm not sure. Years and years ago, I used to look for that same kind of thing myself. And again, there was never any organized thing. It would always just be, you'd meet up a person and hey, if you write something, you're going to make a short film, I'll do the effects and all that.
Right. Yeah.
Like Meetup has like film groups here.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah. I've never tried it.
I've been doing that. I just went to a film group and it was funny. Nobody knew what Blender was.
Right.
And I was telling them, I was like, Blender, it's this thing. And they were like, really? And yeah, it was interesting. They didn't even know, the video that got me into this was Ian Huber.
Yeah.
And the way he's doing like camera projection and I was like, man, this is the future. This is the future of filmmaking. You can make a film in your living room and have it be like a sci-fi film.
Yeah.
Right.
Daniel, I'd like to say that's what I'm trying to do too, and so I'm really glad you brought that up. I'm building the Aztec City Tenochtitlan, and I've got some equipment down. I'm at Makerspace as well, so I've got equipment to build some props and sets, but I want to do most of it in Blender. Most of it I've already done in Blender, but I'm going to use green screen for my actors. I'm also, making the costumes too. So, yeah, I'd be interested in that if there is a group for people wanting to make a film with Blender. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Byron. So I'll message you and maybe we could talk later then.
Great, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well,
thank you all for that.
There is a group of some sort, but it's not Blender specific. If you go to Facebook, there's an Unreal Engine virtual production group.
Okay.
So what we do over there is basically we take models from Blender and put it into Unreal Engine, and instead of projections, we use a big LED screen or use a big green screen, and then use camera tracking in real time and do everything in real time. See, the problem with Blender right now is that it can't do things in real time. So you need a game engine or some sort of an engine to do things in real time, like camera mapping and all that stuff. So what I've done so far is basically create something in Blender, put that in Unreal Engine. From Unreal Engine, you use a green screen and you have a specific software that would talk to Unreal, and that's called Ximmetry. There's other, God's amount of things out there, but Ximmetry is the most affordable one to say. So yeah, check them out. So
I just looked it up. So this is the Facebook group Unreal Engine Virtual Production.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of people over there that does like filmmaking, and then like I said, if you are a writer and everything like that, and want to talk to other people, a lot of the people over there too are theater doers. So basically, they want to create something in big projection spaces.
Got it.
Makes a lot of movies.
Thank you all. Thank you all. What a good group here. I'm so lucky I found this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, of course, of course. So awesome. And so, any other personal projects that people want to present on?
I'll go ahead. I mean, just the one that I've been working on with my wife, our house. But let me share my screen.
Yeah, sounds good.
Not sure if you can you guys see it?
It's coming through now. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just so one of the big part, I have our whole house modeled in both SketchUp and in Blender. But one of the big like tasks is we wanted to remove a wall and then also redesign our kitchen. So we can kind of like pretty quickly model different cabinetry. So I could have, say, like this guy here. And I'm really interested in more like photorealism. So and then I haven't taken it to the VR level yet, but want to get there. And so we can try out like different, of course, demo gods. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, I have like so many different, like we can really quickly like cycle through different like photorealistic cabinet configurations with different appliances. These are all like the appliances from like Samsung and all that stuff. And then actually take it I drop them into this house model. I don't know if it's going to render or not, but. And I use that. So one of the cool things I think about Blender is like you can actually use real world coordinates and then like the sun position. And then I purchased the physical star add-on, which is really cool. So we can put in, our house is south facing. We've got the coordinates in. We've got the time and day. I can look at, what is our new kitchen going to look like on Christmas morning, right? In any given year. It's really cool. It helps us with planning. And I can give you, we actually also used it, let's see, that's going to take forever, but we used it to design our new front door. So there was like we've got our little ring doorbell in there. And this was kind of the concept. And then once we actually got that's our finished, door for our house. And then you can see it's just really easy to quickly like knock out like different materials and different tiles and different cabinet colors. So this is kind of what we're doing. It wouldn't work for real time, so I want to figure out a good workflow for getting it into VR. I probably have to like bake everything out or get into the Unreal Engine. So if anyone's got any tips there, because I don't want it to look crude. I want it to look photorealistic in VR. So that's kind of the next thing I got to figure out. But that's our
What
house.
does it look like in Eevee, if you don't mind me asking?
I haven't messed with Eevee, so I couldn't tell you. I like cycles. I like the results that I get out of it. I messed with Eevee a little bit when it was brand new, just not on this project, but for something else. And I didn't like, all the different kind of shadows that were popping up in corners and that sort of thing. So I just ditched it. It just wasn't for me. But.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the next step really is if you want to try to put this in VR would be Unreal. The hard part is taking all your materials and putting it into Unreal.
Yeah. And I'm curious. I don't know if it's possible instead to just bake it and then apply everything and look at it in Blender and not even take it into Unreal. I don't know if that sounds crazy or not, but I haven't tried it.
Yeah, I mean, the other step too, if you want to not bake anything, like bake all the materials, is that you can use a substance. If you know substance or get some substance layers, is that you can use substance in Blender and then ship all your geometry to Unreal and use the same substance materials.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm using Polygon for a lot of the materials just for speed. So maybe, maybe there's something there.
Yeah. So if all of them are actually hooked up to the right nodes. Like if you don't do any color management nodes in Blender, so you just take normals, you take all your albedos and all that without putting in between, and put them into Unreal, it should work.
Cool. Appreciate it. And then as far as headsets go, any preference from anyone on the call? I know we saw one with it was like the Oculus 2. I don't know if anyone's tried any of the others.
Yeah,
Oculus so far.
Oculus are
okay.
They're sort of dominating at the moment.
Got it.
Their entry level Quest 2 is like $299, which is
Pretty good.
I'm pretty sure they're selling it below what the cost to make it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to spend more than that. Like, it's fun. So if there's even like something else, or I'm open to it.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, no. Oculus so far is
Oculus. Okay.
Yeah. So far they're dominating a lot of the field. If you go to Vive Pro, that's like $600. Then HP makes one that's like $500, and all of them kind of look the same. And like I said, with Facebook's implementation, they're coming down with a loss. I mean, their headsets are pretty good for what they do.
Cool.
So Joe here says he's using an HP Reverb and he loves it.
HP Reverb G2. That's probably like that's the high end, really high quality one.
Okay.
Or a Valve.
Did you grab the new one?
If you want to get
did you grab the new one?
If you want to get the best experience, I would get a Valve Index. Those are $1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just like the best user experience and best, pretty good picture quality.
Okay.
Yeah, Index is pretty good.
Yeah, I've got some friends that swear by these things.
Yeah, I use an HP Reverb G2 but mine's a little crazy because I use the Valve Index like controllers and base stations with my reverb, but I have like some crazy setup. Just because the reverb has like higher picture quality or whatever.
Yeah.
Requires a lot of fiddling, so I would just say get the Valve Index.
Okay.
Did you get the new reverb, or did you have the past reverb? Because they just updated their reverb like a month ago.
That one's got like the best picture quality or whatever.
Yeah, now that everything supports like OpenXR, right? It's you're not really locked in as much. They all kind of work with Unreal Engine and
everything
Blender.
just kind of works. It'll just take whatever you're.
It's really amazing, like having been like part of the Blender community for like probably almost a decade now, to see where it's come. It's just pretty awesome.
Yeah,
indeed.
I'm super into VR though, so that's why.
This video game, by the way,
Yeah.
you got a VR headset. This video game is amazing.
It's the best.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So good. I was actually depressed when I finished it.
Yeah, you beat it. Yeah, it was probably one of my favorite video games.
Anyhow.
And then there's nothing that even comes close to it.
Right.
That's the problem.
It stands alone.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, awesome. Any other projects people want to share?
I can quickly share some of my Blender dev stuff that I've done.
Yeah, it sounds good. Why don't you take the share and take it away?
Sure. I guess I missed the introduction bit, so I'll just quickly introduce myself. I should probably turn the camera. There we are. Cool. Yeah, I'm Scott. I'm Pipeline TD at a studio in Vancouver. I'm just hanging out here because I know some people from this group. So basically, Pipeline TD, just think software developer, and you're basically on the right path. And one of the things I want to do is I want to get Blender out by working at my studio because there is interest, but I think that there's kind of some hang-ups. Mostly like the animation tools. Like one of my goals is to get one of our animation supervisors to never want to animate in Maya again. Yeah, unfortunately, most of my development stuff has been kind of put on hold just because time, energy, and doing other projects too. But I will show one thing I'm kind of proud of, and this is something that was done in Blender 293, I think. Desktop 2. So everyone can see my screen, right?
Yep, we did.
Cool, sweet. So yeah, so I added in this viewport display where, oh, what's that at 0? That should be at 1. Actually, no, that's correct. Never mind. So yeah, so you can see that we have these axes that are living at the root of the bone, but also you could say I need to live at the tip, because by default, previous to I think it's 293, the pivots would be on the tip. So then if you're to go ahead and rotate this, like, you know, you don't know, it's, you know, you're kind of used to seeing that this axis represents, you know, this bone, but in this case it doesn't. So now by default, it does. And yeah, so that's one of the things I done for some Blender dev stuff, and hopefully I'll get back on it. I really want to get some more animation tools worked out.
That is awesome. So is this you're trying to make a robot out of it?
Oh no, this is just showing off, like if you open up a Blender right now, and if you go to the armature tab, sorry, you need to have the bones set up. But if you go to the armature tab and go to the viewport display and axis, so this is the functionality I did, was just add in the being able to kind of choose where the axis gets drawn. So if you're a rigger, that's something that should hopefully be useful.
So Scott, was this put forward to Blender as a patch, or is it in the main branch already? Or
yeah, it's already in. Like I wanted to get it in by one of the LTS releases, so managed to sneak it in just in time for 2.93. So it's in 3.0 right now as well.
Very cool. And nice one. Thanks for sharing.
Yep, no worries. Hopefully there'll be more by me. Just
yeah, what was the name of your studio again?
So the studio I work for is called Stellar Creative Lab. They're a studio in Vancouver, Canada. So that's where I am.
Stellar Creative Lab?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think I've got you here. Yeah, these guys.
Yep.
Very cool. All right. I'll check them out. Fantastic. Awesome. Good to meet you, Scott. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. So anyone else have any other projects I want to share?
No, I'll go for it.
John, you go first.
Actually, no, go ahead.
Wait, who's going first? We're in a stalemate.
Oh, okay, I'll go.
Awesome. All right. Nice.
So basically, if I share my screen here, you got to see doubles over here for now. So this is just basically on my Instagram page. So our company does a lot of pre-visualizations / stages. So all of this is practically done in Blender. You know, if you do this, robots and all that stuff, it's all done in Blender right there. Some of the pre-vids I do for homes and everything like that too. A lot of things I've been doing right now is a lot of metaverse stuff. So a lot of people would, you know, call me up and say, "Hey, can you make me a living room?" Sure, I'll make a living room in the metaverse, and a lot of that stuff. Some of the architects would call me and just say, "Hey, can you do something with these container homes?" And these container homes, I would just design them in Blender, and then from Blender on, I'll give them the plans and all that stuff. A lot of this is also done using geometry nodes. One of the things that for filmmakers, that is this. This is all done in Blender, but that's a green screen person right there in real time using Ximmetry and Blender as the modeling package, and Unreal as my my real time here to say. So let's just say, let's move on to this. This is another scene right here. Again, I was pitching this to a lot of studios. On top of that, I was pitching this to a lot of theater groups who want to do everything online nowadays. Another thing that I've been trying to do is I've been working with a robotics firm for a long time, and I know everyone hates Maya over here.
No, we don't hate Maya. Honestly, like many people in this group, use many software packages. We're not fanboys here. It's okay.
But we've been working on a project called Mimic. So basically, you take a robot, and then you take something like this, and then it would mimic your exact moves to a real rigged robot.
Wow, that's super cool.
So everything like this is all for free. So if you go to mimic.com, you can actually download these packages for free. And what I'm trying to do is I want to actually take this tool and put it into Blender, because right now it's my specific. So yeah. So basically, those are the things that I've been trying to do. Virtual production stuff too. This is all virtual production, which is basically, like I said, green screen / with robots and everything like that. This is all done using a robot to do a lot of miniature stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, basically, a lot of this, like I said, I want to use the tools like using Blender to actually put this as an ultimate free tool for filmmakers and design enthusiasts and everything like that. So yeah, that's me right there. So if you guys want to, feel free to ask questions, or feel free to, if you guys want to look me up, feel free to talk about projects. I don't mind having some fun.
Awesome. And for those that aren't familiar, can you just describe what symmetry is real quick?
Symmetry is a tool in which basically it connects Unreal to do green screen work. So again, something like this. So this is like a quick breakdown of what we did. So Symmetry is a software package for broadcast studios that will take something like a green screen package to composite these things in real time. So let's go for one more, and I'll show you like the green screen behind this too. Oh, that's right, I didn't put a green screen. So something, where would I put that? Oh, stand by. So let's go for another one. So let's go back to this again. So Symmetry, like I said, it's a tool that takes something like a green screen object, and you can composite it together in real time using Unreal Engine. Actually, to test that better, I could just say, so you could do a lot of these cool things right here, like your green screen assets, and put them in an environment, say.
Yeah, awesome. So is it software only, software, hardware?
It's software only. So okay. You build your own hardware on top of that. So you build your models in Blender, put them in Unreal. From Unreal, go to Symmetries, because Unreal's, I don't know if you guys play with Unreal, but the keys in Unreal sucks. Another thing is that you do a lot of other integration pieces of hardware, like camera tracking and all that stuff, that sometimes Unreal by itself can't do. So you need another piece of software to do all that stuff. And it's also free if you want to download the Community Edition. So things like like things that I would do for broadcast studios is that we would do something like this, you know. So complete sci-fi set with someone on set doing their thing.
Very cool. All right. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it, John. All right. So we got about so we got 15 minutes left. So David, I think you were going to share off something. Is that right?
Yeah, that was really cool, John.
That was super cool.
Neat to see that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty. So this isn't nearly as cool as the stuff you guys are showing. But this type of video has been doing really well on YouTube lately. Actually, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, cool. Where it's Minecraft footage, but then it's got 3D elements incorporated into it, like fluid simulations. That's the thing people like seeing on YouTube, and it's something that's really fun to create. So I've been making a bunch of these for a client. And one of the recent projects I was working on, I have this scene from the game, and he wanted me to put a realistic golden apple on the table. And if you don't play the game, a golden apple, it's literally what it sounds like. It's an apple that's covered in gold. And I thought it'd be really cool if I could make like the apple reflect my Minecraft character, because that's not really something I've seen anyone do with these like hybrid 3D Minecraft things. And what I was able to do is I was able to record 360 footage. So I'm using a mod in the game that allows you to move the camera around and record different things. And I was able to record 360 footage from the perspective of the apple, as well as get the camera movement from my character. And I put the 360 footage from the apple onto a little sphere. Oh, the zoom overlay is preventing me from doing that. And so I was able to get the reflections, or somewhat accurate reflections, onto this like golden apple in Blender from the game. I don't know if this is making a ton of sense.
Yeah, we're following. Yeah. People in the room here are saying really cool.
Really cool, man. This is awesome.
Yeah. It came out really nicely. Let me see if I can find the, yeah, here's the final scene. Looks more like an orb than an apple.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool. Worked great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
everyone's
something I
going
made
for
that
this
I'm
whole
proud of.
metaverse stuff, man. Everyone is like gung ho about this metaverse. It's like, oh, make me a model, make me a model, make me a model.
We had a vendor reach out and ask if somebody wanted to build a set where we could hold our next meeting in the metaverse. Like, so if you're keen, they're on the meetup page. So
I took a look at that. I mean, we don't need them, right?
I don't know. If somebody in the modeling, it might be fun. But all right, awesome. Thanks for sharing, David. Appreciate it. Anyone else before we go? So I could, if you like, I could like share real quick, maybe like just show what geometry nodes kind of looks like, if that's interesting. What do you guys think?
Sure. Sounds good.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm ill prepared for this demo. I'll start with that. But basically, here, so let's just go to new general. Let's do this first. So geometry nodes lets you do some pretty cool things. So like if you basically have a piece of geometry, it's a modifier. So you need a mesh, and then you need to add some nodes, and you need this modifier, and basically allows you to do different things here. There's a whole crap load of nodes that you can add. I'm really just starting to learn it, but one thing that it does allow you to do is like instance on points, so you can, for example, create take a mesh primitive like a cube and instance that on the point. So the reason there's this many cubes is because obviously there's that many points on the cube, right? So, but you can also introduce additional nodes that allow you to randomize the number of instances and faces and so forth. Like predominantly, this first iteration of geometry nodes is best for scattering instances in scenes. That's like kind of its core strength at the moment. But as they add more nodes, it's going to become more and more powerful. So, like, just as an example, let's see. I was playing around. Hold on, let me just get rid of this. I was playing around this morning. So, let's see. So this is an example node. You usually, you have just Control A, zoom out. I built this while looking at a much larger monitor. So basically, you have like a group input and group output, and then you have a series of nodes that kind of adjust the mesh, and then you have a series of nodes that affect other attributes. And in this case, what we have is, let's see, that's weird. Huh. Go to front. I've got this object that basically, whoops.
Proximity node not plugged in.
It's possible. I mean, this is the proximity piece. Oh, you know what? It was the other node setup that's somehow disappeared. I was copying these nodes and I probably forgot to make a fake user is what happened, and then I closed the file.
No.
So anyways, I had this super cool demo that was gonna show you kind of, as you move this object around, it spawns instances all over this other object. So I might not be able to create it on the fly for you, but if you kind of look here, let's see, hold on, let me see if I can adjust some stuff. So like, yeah, this is close enough. So if I grab this node or grab this object and just move it around, oops, nope, never mind. Okay, so the proximity node's not working.
It's not connected somehow.
Yeah, it's not. I just disconnected it. So anyways, so just a couple of UI things here. So you have like this spreadsheet editor that gives you data on all of the instances and points, and there's a whole bunch of different fields that you can see here. So this whole part of the Blender UI is like brand new. And then let me see if I could kind of walk you through this real quick. So basically we've got like a distribute points on face. I've got this set of random at the moment. It's instancing on the points, those random points. And so you just increase your density and you can increase or decrease, the number of things on your sphere. In this case, we're instancing a UV sphere, but you could just as easily be instancing like, cylinders or what have you. And then in this case, we're modifying the normal to be on the Z. So like in that case of the cylinders, you might want them sticking out as spikes. And then let's see, in this case, we're actually using a noise texture to feed into a map range just to get some more interesting sizes. And then that is going into a combine XYZ to kind of adjust the scale. So you've got a bunch of different scales going on. It just kind of adds some interest to it. And then you join both the original geometry and this new geometry into this group output. So that's kind of an example of what you might do with geometry nodes. But yeah, it's pretty cool, and it's getting, the original versions of it were really low performing, and it's getting more and more kind of optimized for performance as time goes on. And they're adding more nodes all the time. So in the Blender 3.1 beta, there's even more nodes in there now. The trouble is finding tutorials for Blender 3.0 geometry nodes, because every geometry node tutorial is for the prior version of Blender, and it had a radically different node tree model. And so I'm kind of hoping that a lot of those people that made those original tutorials are going to go back and build a course. I bought one off Gumroad, and from the guy that actually did the last Blender Splash, which was all node based. But yeah, that's kind of an example of geometry nodes. I'm sure, John, you could probably show some far more interesting demos, but yeah.
No, all I do is spawn grass. That's what I do. I spawn grass and make propeller blades.
Shatter pebble. Yeah.
I could already, I could see
Yeah,
doing
so-
something like.
so what
a-
I'm sorry, who was that?
I was just gonna say, like for myself, I could see creating like a node system to generate like cabinet and countertop depth. Like you could just modify a couple variables and start generating unlimited kitchen layouts. Like I could see doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there we go.
Yes,
Yeah,
I've done that through some architectural bits. Basically, like for example, architect would say, I want a 30-meter kitchen table or a table versus a 60-meter one. It's easier to do this in geometry nodes rather than, fiddle with a real model.
yeah. Yeah, so I mean, basically what we're finding is that what I'm finding is that you'll get these geometry node setups where it's like, hey, you create a bunch of city buildings, right? And you get a bunch of sliders and controls inside the Blender interface, and you can adjust all sorts of things, and it just automatically, creates those on the fly. And there's a couple of really great examples. If you go to,
I wonder how well motion blur works. That's what I'm wondering.
motion blur.
Yeah, like does it motion blur every instance or whatever correctly if you like animate it? It's gotta be.
I mean, they're just.
At some point, it's gonna have to.
Yeah. That's what makes or breaks it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're just instances like other.
I haven't tested it out, but yeah, I'm just wondering.
But yeah, if you want to try and play around with some files, if you go out to the Blender demo files, there's a bunch of good stuff here. You can go look at the nodes. So like these cupcakes, if you can play around sliders, you make them fatter or bigger, like change different aspects of them. So yeah, have a play. And obviously the node member stuff is mind blowing to go through those nodes, mind twisting, I think. But yeah, anyways, so that is geometry nodes. We have like 5 minutes left. Do you have any questions for the group? Like group questions? All right. Okay, well, awesome meeting everybody. Thanks everybody for coming and thanks for sharing. Really looking forward to seeing the rest of what you guys can do with all these new Blender 3 features. Thanks to all the presenters today, and we'll see you hopefully in about 3 months' time when the next version of Blender releases. So, cheers everybody.
Thanks for organizing this, Sterling. Great.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. This is super cool.
Right on.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everyone.